as coming to us. The country was in turmoil at the time, and this was an encouragement by God to the leadership, to the people at that time. So let me just read these couple of lines. Basically touches the economy, encouraging everybody to work, encouraging families to prosper and to grow, and encouraging faith. So here are just a few lines here. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. Build houses and settle down. Plant gardens and eat what they produce. Marry and have sons and daughters. Find wives for your sons and give your daughters in marriage so that they too may have sons and daughters. Increase in number there. Do not decrease. And this part I especially like. Also seek the peace and prosperity of the city to which I have carried you into exile. Pray to the Lord for it, because if the city prospers, you too will prosper. Isn't that a good, encouraging word for us there? So let's do it. Let's pray and ask God to prosper our city. Our Father, we thank you. Thank you for these encouraging words to us today as we gather to make plans to do the work that's needed for the city to continue. And our Father, we ask that you would prosper us, that you would bring peace, that you would allow our work to prosper, our families to prosper, and even more, our faith in you to prosper. So we thank you for all you'll do. In Jesus' name we ask it. Amen. Amen. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Call to the public. First we have Ms. Linda Hatfield. Please state your name, address. Thank you. There you go.
Okay. Linda Hatfield, president of CDBG 7000. My address is 877 South Alvernon, Suite 100. I'm here this evening to talk about process. Per an ordinance that was established quite a while ago, it's ordinance number 2008, so I guess it was 2008, -7004. It talks about, it's on page 4, section 10, it talks about the process for employee organizations to discuss proposals yearly. So like we have a 4-year agreement, so we would normally bargain that every 4 years. But every year we normally bargain raises and benefits and anything financial. So it states employee organizations in a designated group shall submit their proposals to the city manager by February 1st of each budget year. Agreements will be multi-year agreements or annual as mutually agreed. So February 1st, I submitted my letter to Mr. Dickey as stated, and I have copies for you all if you wish to see it. And I said, Mr. Dickey, in accordance with this ordinance number, we are requesting to formally reopen on a limited basis our contract to discuss raises. We also want to discuss Article 11-5 and how it's being applied. Possibly we need some language changes. We look forward to hearing from you to schedule a date for that meeting. Later in the month, myself and I believe one of my interns came down and we met with Mr. Dickey, Mr. Kissinger, I think that was it. And we had this discussion, and basically the crux of that meeting was that it's too early, it was in February, come back closer to the time and we'll talk about this. So we've had no meetings scheduled, nobody's reached out to us. I mean, we have no idea what's going on, as usual. And so I had a meeting scheduled, so I think I have a meeting scheduled that I scheduled a month and a half ago with the city manager, who now is Roy. And Monday morning, I called to clarify that we had this meeting. Granted, it was 10 till 10. My meeting was at 10. And I was told that it was a tentative meeting that I hadn't confirmed last week, so I didn't have a meeting. Actually, Judy called me back and said, they're too busy, that you don't have a meeting. You can talk to them next Monday. So this is why I'm here. You know, it is not all that difficult to pick up the phone, have a conversation. We could have a Zoom meeting, whatever kind of meeting you want to have. We just got through spending months and weeks and days with Tucson going through the same process. And obviously, that's a little more involved, but we've never been totally ignored like this. And the only other thing that we got, I got an email from Mr. Kissinger basically telling me that the city of Nogales continued with the implementation of our compensation plan, see below. Other than the city's longevity plan, no other raises are being contemplated. Well, in looking at the budget, that does not look to be true. So I question some of the things that we saw in the budget for some of the titles. It looks like that they're receiving thousands of dollars of raises. So that would be something I would want to discuss if I had a meeting to discuss it with. In the meantime, I guess the other thing I just wanted to mention is I think it would be really good, because the day that we met, they did show us what they were contemplating as a comp plan, and it looked fine, but is it going to be implemented? Are we just looking at it? And the thing is, it's like, if it's going to be implemented, fine, what does that look like? If not, do you need to do another market study or a comp plan study? Because how old is the one you have? It's probably quite old. And the other thing I want to say about that, Tucson this last year, or the current fiscal year we're in, did an in-house study. I don't really agree with that either, because it's like, how do we know where this information came from? Like, they raised the insurance premiums a ridiculous amount. And when I did my U of A interns, you know, I mean, we're talking U of A interns, when they did a study, we found out there was only one place in the entire state that raised premiums, and they tried to tell us otherwise. So, so we don't really believe what Mr. Ortega and his HR department wants to tell us either. I mean, it's like, if you have nothing to hide, you should be able to show it to us. And, you know, it's not that, I mean, it's all public record. There shouldn't be a big problem with this. So I'm here tonight to request that this process be followed. Again, on Monday, I was planning on having a meet and greet with Roy. I've known Roy a lot of years, but I don't know Roy well. So I was going to have a meet and greet and then talk about this. But now that meeting got pushed to this coming Monday, which, you know, your meeting is tonight. Next Monday doesn't do me any good. So I'm requesting that you follow the process, or you direct your people to follow the process. And I'm requesting that you entertain an updated market study. I mean, I think that would only be fair, because when we look at this budget, it looks like, again, people higher up are receiving large raises. People that need the money and are lower titles are not. I mean, I think one of my officers down here has received like $40 in the last couple of years as a raise. I mean, that's crazy. So with that, sorry to have to come and complain, but I'm trying to do my job. So anyway, nice seeing you all.
Thank you. Next, call to public, Ms. Ana Parada. Please state your name, address, please.
Ana Parada, 153 East Charles Street in Nogales. I'm here as the former chairman of the committee to elect Jorge Maldonado for mayor. On April 5th, 2023, former city manager Edward Dickey stated that he would be directing an audit on all city credit cards because the finance director had concerns on Mayor Maldonado's expenditures. As a result, I'm here to clarify part of the expenses related to the inauguration, which were included in the report. These expenses went through the city manager's office. I find it is important to state, before the expenses were made, we met with Mr. John Kissinger and Ms. Judy Gerardo, and we asked for guidance on how to proceed with the inauguration. Mr. Kissinger stated, "Ask and you shall receive. Just make sure to return all the receipts to Judy Gerardo." We asked about vendors. He further stated that it was not important, and regardless, either a purchase order would be processed or we would be reimbursed. I have in my possession a copy of the expenditure report by the Osage Consulting Firm. My name appears on page 5, item 5, where it states, and I quote, "The expense reimbursement request did not provide evidence that any of these individuals were paid by Ana Parada, nor any supporting invoices provided for the services. First of all, I was not given any direction or guidance when giving out the donations. To make the assumption that I kept the donations is irresponsible and slanderous to my name by the city, especially the finance department. This is outrageous, and I expect my name to be cleared." I was given 4 envelopes with cash donations. The first envelope was to Ballet Folklorico, and it had a $100 bill. I have a letter from them confirming the donation was received. The second envelope to the Nogales High School Mariachi Band contained a $100 bill. I spoke to Mr. Gilbert Velez, the person in charge of the mariachi band, on June 5th, 2023. He stated, and I quote, "I was surprised that the donation was cash." He also stated the money had been deposited to the student activities account. The third envelope to Sacred Heart Parish contained a $100 bill. Glenda, the office manager at Sacred Heart, confirmed that Father Velasquez had received the donation. The fourth envelope to Noel Weatherby for the video presentation contained 2 $100 bills and 1 $50 bill. He texted, and I quote, "Hola, you gave me cash, $250. I realize that you can't respond to me at this time, but I am requesting that the city attorney look into the matter regarding the 4 cash donations. In addition, I'm expecting the city manager and or the finance department to clear up all the expenses dealing with the inauguration. I will be following up with my request at the next city council meeting on June 20, 2023. Thank you."
Thank you. Next, we go to presentations. Item A, Community Food Bank, Ms. Malaya Chavez, CEO of Community Food Bank.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. It's lovely to meet you all. Thank you for having me tonight. I won't walk through the entire presentation, and you have a handout copy of it as well. But I did want to be able to share. I don't know if there's a clicker or if I should just arrow. Okay. So just to give an overview, so I'm the new CEO for the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona. My name is Malia Chavez, and I've been in this role now for 6 whole months. So I can't say I'm new anymore, but it is the first time meeting you all, so thank you. And I wanted just to give an overview of our organization. I've also provided a sample of one of our commodities boxes, which people receive when they come to our services. So you have a sample of that, and it includes things like pasta, sauce, as well as rice and some of our staples. So just to give you an overview, you have all the details and information around our history. We've been around since 1975. What's really important, and I will skip over the land acknowledgement and just, and also our information around how we're linked to Feeding America, which is a national organization that helps to make sure that we're all communicating across all food banks across the country. But the most important piece here is to really recognize that hunger is an increasing need throughout Arizona, and especially in Southern Arizona, and to highlight the challenges that we face. It's really about access to healthy food, diet-related diseases, and making sure that we're providing assistance and education around that, as well as a lack of economic opportunity and social isolation, especially for our seniors or those living with medical conditions that keep them isolated. Our service area includes 23,106 square miles of southern Arizona. We are 5 counties, including Santa Cruz County. We have 8 locations throughout the state, which you can see here on our map. Our main warehouse is in Tucson, located at our Country Club location. Our office in Nogales at the Resource Center is at 2636 North Donna Avenue. And it's important to really note that the number of distributions that we provide at the Nogales office is really astonishing. So millions of pounds are distributed every year. And we have a number of wonderful partners in the community. So we have the Brothers and Sisters of Charity, Casitas de Santa Cruz, the Bowman Senior Center, Boys and Girls Club, Nogales Community Development, and Senior Citizens of Patagonia. We couldn't do the work without the partnerships. But last year, we distributed a total of 46,635 food boxes, which are similar to the ones that you received tonight. And this year, we've seen about a 5.3% increase in food distributions to date. And this is important to note because as you'll notice in your boxes, we have far less items now than we had in pre-pandemic time. So in pre-pandemic time, we have now seen the USDA restrict the amount of contributions and the number of commodities that are offered. It's been restricted by over 200%, which is a huge impact. And then during COVID, we had a lot of emergency relief, which led to greater food access, but that has all since sunsetted as well. And now we are facing an increased need with a decrease in actual resources and food. So in our community in Nogales, we serve 12,551 individuals. And as the fiscal year so far for this year, we've served 13,770, which you can see is a 7.5% increase overall. And then I wanted to make sure that we provided an update. We've been working very closely with the city as well as emergency response around Title 42 and the sunset of that policy. We have provided snack mix, Gatorade, trail mix, apples, oranges, water. We're trying to provide fresh fruit for newcomers and folks that are passing through. And that's a partnership that we really appreciate. Thank you, Mayor Maldonado, for your partnership in that, as well as all of the city administrators. And we just really wanted to focus on highlighting that. And if anybody is interested in helping and contributing, you can donate, you can host a fundraiser, you can do a food drive. I know many people probably in this room have participated in that. And also volunteering or just raising awareness around the ever-growing need around food insecurity is really the ask. And this is just an introduction, open to questions if people have any, but really wanted just to come and introduce myself and give an overview of the programs that we offer here in Nogales. That's it. And we have contact information on here in case you want to get a hold of anybody. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Any questions, Councilwoman Montiel?
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I personally have visited your location a couple of times, and I'm very impressed on the great job that you all do in serving our community. I know that you invited Mayor Maldonado and the council too, and I know both of us were there. I don't know if Hector was there, where you basically honored all the people that work along with you, all the other stakeholders.
Yes, it was for our volunteer and donors.
Exactly. Yeah. I also, I'm using my phone not to make a personal call, but yesterday there was a report on Newsbreak about Santa Cruz County being one of the poorest counties in Arizona.
Yeah.
And I really want to thank you because I know our families are struggling. And in fact, there's a poverty rate of 24.4%.
Yes.
And with that in mind, if there's anything the city can do to, further collaborate with you, I don't think there's anyone here that would disagree with that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I will be in touch. Thank you. And thank you again for attending the event. Of
course.
Lovely to meet you. And thank you, Mayor, for making this time to come.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Maria. I know you guys do a great job, and obviously I know the produce industry is a really big supporter of the food bank. Whenever it can, they all step up and support because we all know that it's going to good cause. So thank you for all you do and in our community. Anybody else? Thank you, and thank you for the gifts.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Next, item C, La Línea Art Studio presentation, Councilwoman Montiel. Oh, excuse me, sorry about that. I skipped B. Recognizing real estate Salt Lake Nogales Soccer Club, RSL, for winning the state championship and advancing to the National Cup in Denver, Colorado. Councilwoman Montiel, again. Thank you. Sorry about that. Great.
Yeah. Well, thank you. If Chris Rivas and Mr. Osuna can come up to the podium, please. Thank you. For the last couple of years, actually, but the last 2 years for sure, I've been visiting the field down there at Flesher Park and talking to the kids and seeing the awesome job that both of you are doing, along, of course, with the kids and the parents. And it's about time that we honor you for the hard work and highlight all the wonderful things that you're doing in our community. Because, it's all volunteer. You don't get paid. And if it wasn't for great coaches like you, these kids out there wouldn't have those awesome opportunities that I asked Chris to talk a little bit further in a while. But I do want to highlight Chris and Valentin Osuna. Chris is born and raised in Nogales, for those of you that don't know. In fact, your grandfather, Louis Fletcher, was an active community member here. I think he served as a city council member too, didn't he, Chris? Yeah, he was very active, and also the Flesher Park is named after him, as you well know. And Chris has been coaching for 19 years. His team plays in the National Premier League out of Phoenix, where all the games apparently are played at. And it's also my pleasure to highlight Valentin Osuna. And it also takes great assistant coaches, right, Chris? I don't think you would disagree with me to have such an awesome team. And thank you, Valentin, for your commitment and your grit and your hard work. I want to commend both of you. And we have some certificates for you. We also have a couple of parents that would like to talk on your behalf. I don't know how they found out you were going to be highlighted tonight, but you're very, very popular. So, Chris, this certificate of recognition goes out to you for your outstanding dedication and continued commitment to volunteering time and effort to the RSL. Nogales Soccer Club. The children of our city become better citizens through youth and sports. And this is for Chris Rivas. And you can stay up there, Chris. The next certificate is to Valentin Osuna, also in recognition of your outstanding dedication and continued commitment to volunteering time and effort to the RSL Nogales Soccer Club. The children of our community will always become better and have become better citizens through the youth programs here in our community. Thank you, Valentin. And just before the students come up, I keep calling you students, but you are students too. I know you're on your summer break, but I'd like to call Laura Martinez Lopez. I know her as Martinez. And Mr. Rivas and Mr. Osuna, she would like to say a couple of words about your awesome work that you do.
That's good.
And who better to
Somebody
say it than her?
first. When I got invited to come up here and say a few words, I was
Can you
like,
speak in the,
I was like,
great,
this
so
poor
everyone
lady,
can hear
she
you.
don't know me, because I am not one of just a few words. I am a storyteller. Let me tell you a story, kind of gals, who I am. Just kidding. Not really. It's been a pleasure knowing these two men. I have seen them be a coach to these boys. I have seen them be a mentor to these boys. But most importantly, I have seen them be a friend to these boys. They have built a really strong team, took them all the way to the top, to nationals, representing Arizona. Not only Arizona, but Nogales, Arizona. These two men give their time, countless hours out on the pitch. That's just a fancy word for a soccer field. Endless nights sharing hotel rooms full of stinky cleats and socks. But they don't mind it, not one bit, because they'd rather drive the boys to Phoenix every weekend to play soccer than to have the boys on the streets doing God knows what. But you know what their real reward is? It's not just the win out on the soccer field. It's seeing these boys developing into strong young men, watching them grow, and what I have heard from the coaches say is their best reward is watching them succeed. And because of soccer, they have been able to continue their education and to play on college teams. But that doesn't mean that the coaches are done. Chris and Vale, they go watch these boys play their soccer games in the college fields. They get to cheer for them from the stands and not coach from the sidelines. They become great soccer players. They've created great soccer players with a plan for their future. Coach Chris now has adult men who he coached as children, who still have a special bond with, and they continue to come to him for guidance and advice. That's a real coach, one who will forever make an impact on the player's life, one who will always be remembered, and that is Coach Chris and Coach Vale. Thank you, and the boys would like to present a gift to the coaches.
Yes, and boys, if you present your gift to your coaches.
Oh, you guys come over here and get your gift.
They keep coming off. Come on up.
They can bring it. They only ran.
They only ran a couple for 2 hours, yeah. Come on up, boys. Come on, Bobby. Does one of the boys want to present it to the coach on the podium? No, just stay up.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you for everyone, and thank you to everyone for being here. As Laura was saying, these are not just coaches, but they're our friends, and they're like a second fathers to all of us. Not only our coaches, but they guide us through everything, not on the field, but off the field. Anything we have apart from soccer, we can always go to them. Just that they're always there for us. Great coaches and especially great friends for all of us.
Thank you. Well said, Mijo. And the parents out there, thank you for bringing your kids to practice. Right, Chris? I'm sure you wanted to thank your parents. And of course, your wife, Bopena. Behind a great coach is a great wife.
One of the parents, I think it was Laura, said a couple years ago, she's like, which son is yours? And she pointed, she's like, the big one over there.
That's right.
But I would like to take an opportunity to thank the city council, the mayor, the kids, the parents, the community for all the support that you guys have given these kids. You know, it's been tough through COVID, through, you know, just sharing the fields. You know, these kids have really put in a lot of hard work. Proud of all these kids. Like I said, we had 3 playing in college last year, and this coming year, I think we have another 4 or 5 that are going to play. You know, we these guys have accomplished so much, and you know, I have a saying for this team in Spanish: is "Lo que hay." We're not like Phoenix. We're not like Tucson. We don't have a big selection. These are the kids that showed up to Turley Park wanting to play. We don't cut kids. You know, whoever wants to join and commit is welcome on our team. And, these kids we had goals when we started 4 years ago. We were ranked 98 in the state, 2,000 something in the country. Unfortunately, the system changed, so we didn't get number one. We did win the state championship, but we're number 2 in the state. When we win national title, we'll be number 1.
Yes.
We got a low of 70 in the country.
Congratulations.
And, we had goals to reach 50, to reach 25. Our goal this year was to break the top 7. And, we're at number 2. We're the top team. We're getting teams from Phoenix asking, can we borrow your players? Can we, these guys, a lot of respect from a lot of coaches. And these guys have really put in a lot of hard work. And so we want to thank you guys. And
Thank you.
and we ask for continuing support for the youth. We now have 80 plus kids with RSL Nogales. And we're not the only club out there. There's FC Tucson with Coach Ernie and Coach Boyo and Joseph. They have another 60 kids out there. So, any support that we can give is great. And that goes for all sports as well. So we ask that of the city, please.
Thank you. Yeah, you keep our Parks and Rec very busy, right, Renee? Well, that's what we're here for. For our youth.
Thank you, Chris, and
Thank you, guys.
congratulations. Guys, keep it up. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you, Chris.
Look. Let me see. Oh, that's great. Let me see. Yeah, that's nice.
That's a nice picture. Felicidades.
Thank you, Laura.
I'm going to do a little movement on our agenda because I know you have to travel, sir. I'm going to wait for La Línea. Hold off on me, please. And we're going to jump to orders D, consideration and possible action of orders 2023-06-028, an order of the City Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing the submission of an application for FY 2023 State Community Development Block Grant Funds, certifying that said application meets the community previously identified housing and community development needs and the requirement of the state CDBG program, and authorizing all actions necessary to implement and complete the activities online in said applications.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's a very tough act to follow. So let's get to it, huh? No, that was really great. Tonight is the second of 2 CDBG hearings, public hearings that have happened this year. I'm going to talk just a little bit about the program because I understand we have some new members on the council that maybe weren't on the council when we did the last one a few years ago. And I'll be fast. I'm going to talk a little bit about CDBG. I'm going to talk about some of the things that Nogales has done with CDBG in the past and share with you some of the recommendations that came out of the first meeting. I might invite some members of staff to come talk about it if they want to. There's 3 kinds of CDBG. One of them is a statewide competition that we don't really mess with very much in the Seago region because we have something called the Colonia Set-Aside, which is our region and our communities in our region have a competitive advantage in going for those grants. They're bigger than the state special project. The pool of competition is smaller and the payout is much greater. So we don't really mess with state special projects unless under certain conditions. The Colonia Set-Aside, I'll talk about in a moment. But tonight we're here because it's Nogales' turn to get their regional account funds, okay? So our region gets about $1.25 million from the Arizona Department of Housing every year for what's called our regional account. Our executive board sets the rotation for each of the 4 counties in the Seago region. And one community in each county, it rotates different depending on how many communities there are. So anyway, that's our method of distribution. This year, it's Nogales' turn. Only a city or town or a county is eligible. There's some limited circumstances under which you can do government facilities with CDBG funds, but mostly you can't. It's not for government construction. You can sometimes designate a nonprofit to get those funds instead. But you can do public works, water, and street improvements have been a staple of Nogales CDBG past projects, and I'll mention a few of those in a moment. You can do housing of different kinds, housing rehab, down payment assistance, things like that. You can do them for facilities. Sometimes you can even pick two different projects as long as the second one is a planning or public service project. And I can get into more detail. I'm trying to be brief. If anybody wants to stop me, I'm here for you. But any of those projects, any of those types that I just went over, there are 3 CDBG national objectives. You have to meet one or more of them for the project to be eligible. And those are, the main one is the CDBG program is made to benefit low to moderate income persons. So in a neighborhood, if you're putting a new water line in, 51% of the people in that neighborhood have to be low to moderate income. That means 80% or less of the median, and I'll move on from that. The second one is to eliminate slum and blight. If you declare a certain area of town to be a slum or blight, you can use CDBG dollars to alleviate that without the income of the residents. It doesn't matter at that point. And then there's disaster relief and like urgent need health hazards. Well, it's got to be one of those 3 things, and usually it's the low to moderate income that is what we cling to with these, right? I kind of talked about what that means, so I won't get into too much more about it. 80% or less. So here's some numbers about what Nogales currently, if you have a family of 4 and then you're making that income, that qualifies as low to moderate. Currently, HUD considers Nogales to be 53% and change, to be low to moderate income. So projects that serve the whole town, you're going to go off of that number. If you're going into a neighborhood, depending on how big of a service area it is, it could be going off the census block group data. Or if you're really targeting a neighborhood, it could be an income survey where you have to survey residents as to their income. That is too small to read, but I just told you, 44,000 something and change. I'm just showing my work. Every June, we're supposed to get the new numbers out anytime. These numbers fluctuate a little bit, as do the dollar amounts of what's coming down the pipe for regional account. So under low to moderate income, there's several categories of persons that may or may not be low to moderate income, but they count as low to moderate income for the purposes of CDBG: senior citizens, abused children, people fleeing domestic violence, people with disabilities, migrant farm workers, and others, right? Here's some past CDBG projects from Nogales. Phase 1 and 2, the McNabb water and street improvements. Camino del Sol water and streets was what you picked for your last regional account. The Noon Street water and street improvements, that was done with Colonias funds. So was Perkins. And a few years ago, when I first came to work for Segal, the first day I was out there at Nogalitos when they were getting started on the big drainage. That was Santa Cruz County Flood Control District was the applicant, but they could do the work in Nogales, right? The Colonia set aside is every other year. It's $1.9 million pot of money, and the communities have to be within 150 miles of the Mexican border, and the big counties like Pima, they contract directly with HUD, so they're not part of the competition. So there's about 75 different colonias designated by the Department of Housing in the 4 counties that it's the Segal region: Santa Cruz, Cochise, Graham, and Greenlee. And our region has like about 2/3 of those. This is what I was saying about we don't mess with state special project because we get more money for our people with these funds, and also we don't have to compete with the whole state. So Nogales is the single community in the state that has gotten the most of the Colonias funds. You guys are the rock stars with these funds. So You can see several of them over here. That list would be half the size if you weren't going out for these competitive grants every other year. And the next one is next year. So here's some other examples from other communities around the Seago region. I won't get into them in too much detail. The Boys and Girls Club that got remodeled and redid recently, that was one that was a county project. But you can see new sidewalks, park improvements. There's a planning project for pavement assessment that Clifton's done, and a halfway house in Cochise County. So we're going to find out the real numbers here in the next month, but we're going off of last year's. Last year's numbers were 425, 638. That's what we're anticipating that Nogales will get, about that, maybe a little more. Probably not less, but it won't be more than usually $10,000 is about how much it fluctuates. No detail required there. So this is, I made this PowerPoint for the first hearing. In the first hearing, we normally open it up to everybody. We had a first hearing already, and this was back in March. And it was, there were several projects that came out of that first hearing. And I could mention them because it's on here, but if anybody from staff wants to interrupt and do that themselves, they can. There's your chance. The following water/street improvement projects were mentioned at the first hearing. West Street, Sonoyta Avenue, Anthony Drive, Pajarito Street, Sierra Avenue, and Camino del Sol, Marina Street, Ellis Street. Because the way the hearings work, the projects that get brought up in the first hearing are in the meeting minutes. So for the sake of transparency, your choices are either to start over with another public process or choose one of these staff recommended projects. Those are the choices. It's not my place to come and advocate for which one. We have staff for that. But that brings us up to the last part of the slide. We can be done with that part now. And I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any questions for me.
Councilman Doyle, Mike, please.
To kind of touch that, where you said it was Nogales' turn this year,
Yes.
and yet one of the big grants that's coming down the road is the coming year.
Mm-hmm.
How does that affect Nogales applying again?
So there's regional account, and that's the rotation that it's Nogales' turn. Mm-hmm. The Colonia set aside will be announced next, probably in March, with a deadline of July somewhere to do. And anybody that fits the categories and has an eligible project, which has to be water, wastewater, flooding, or housing. Those are for Colonia set aside, those are the only four. All the other things that I mentioned about park improvements, you can't do any of that with Colonias. It's got to be addressing critical infrastructure in border communities, right? So that comes up every other year, regardless of whether it's Nogales' turn. Last time in 2020, you had your regional account and Colonias, and so you did your regular application plus a competitive one, and that's how we got Noon Street and Camino del Sol happening at the same time. So did I answer your question?
Yes, it does. So we just need to keep applying because we got plenty of of need in those areas.
And quite a record of success for past projects. And I think it's something about like 25 or 30% of all the Colonia set aside CDBG that's been awarded in the past 14 years has gone to this town. So.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? I'd like to ask Mr. City Manager Bermudez, I'm not sure what staff could say on projects that, besides what we have online already, the 6 that we have to choose, and is there something we could throw in for this next year big grant?
Mr. Mayor, So as you saw in the presentation on the order, we have 6 projects to choose from. Staff is recommending number 6, which is Camino del Sol, Marina Street, and Alice Street, just for the fact that in Mr. Dennis's presentation, the Camino del Sol infrastructure, water and sewer has been done along with paving, or water and sewer actually. So this will finish that project out with the paving and be completely 100% done. But if you want some more information, I can have Juan Guerra, if you want to, Mr. Guerra, get up and answer any questions that council might have, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Yes, the reason that I'm recommending this project is because we just completed Camino del Sol Phase 1, which is on the top of the hill. This project will bring the water from a bigger water main, transmission main, and will provide the fire flow needed in the neighborhood. So it's a needed connection with the two. Doesn't mean anything to have bigger water mains and fire flows, fire hydrants on the top without enough water. So it's better to close the loop, providing the water needed. And in addition to that, is a neighborhood that also qualifies for low income. And then we have a shovel-ready project approved by ADQ for water and sewer. Because WIFA, as you know, has shortfalls in the funding. We can support that the WIFA funding with this funding, so we can match. And then in addition to that, we are also proposing to use overway fees. It's a combination of funding.
Okay, Mr. Doyle, microphone, please.
Is this funding forgivable grants? Are they grants, or are they loans, or are they, what are they?
Yeah, it is a reimbursable funding. What it is that the city pays first to the contractor, and then once the project is completed, we can request reimbursement from the state. Okay. But it's 100%. Well, the money available from CDBG is $425,000 more or less, minus the professional services, the assistance from SIGO to ensure that we are in compliance with federal regulations or requirements.
It's a grant.
It's a grant.
How about WIFA? Are they also?
WIFA is a loan. It's a loan for 20, 30 years.
Yeah, but sometimes they put a certain percentage forgivable. Is there any of that?
I think so. That I don't know. Mr. Barcenas can say a little bit more about it.
A portion of WIFA is reimbursable, and it's a loan, and forgivable was another portion that was already taken in consideration on the fund.
Okay. Well, thank you.
The way that I'm planning to bid out this project is to bid it with alternative, just in case at this point we don't know for sure at the time of the bidding if the contractor will bid out within our budget. So it's better to bid it with alternative in order to remove or add things later on. Because if we bid out the whole project in a single, like similar to what happened with Webster Avenue recently, I guess the lowest bidder was $6 million. The only bidder, yeah. So it's better to break it in pieces and let's put the paving apart or do it in parts in order to give it or not. In that way, we can go ahead, let's say, if we have limited funding with water, sewer, and portion of the paving, and then play with that a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Anybody else? So, any other statement you want to do on
Mr. Mayor,
CDBG? Yes, sir.
you're looking at me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm asking you if you have
Yes, sir.
another
Mr.
comment.
Mayor, whatever you decide, the next steps are going to be to pass a resolution to apply. If it's decided, I'll be in discussions, depending on what you make a decision on tonight. I'll be in discussions with the staff. Our next step is going to be project budgeting and trying to figure out what can be done with the 425. Figure out from HUD, is it 425? There's time between now and your next council meeting to if necessary, bring forward a resolution to apply for the funds and a resolution for leverage funds if you decide to put in money from other sources into the project. The deadline for application is August 1st. So it's going to get tight, but it's going to be all right. We do it all the time. Thank you.
Comment? See, no? But as I read it, basically, council, and with the recommendation, I think I would amend with the determination of approving it with item 6.
Well, not amend, just make a motion to approve the order and specifying number 6.
Of item 6. So I would specify to amend the motion with the selection of item 6, Camino del Sol, Marina Street, and Ellis. Second. With all that said, any more discussion? All in favor? All right. All good? Motion passes with selection of item 6. Thank you, sir. Mr. Guerra, you know the process of the follow-up. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Now we go back to presentation. Item C, La Línea Art Studio presentation. Councilwoman Montiel.
Thank you, Mayor. Isa Huerta is here to present. And she didn't really give me such a big introduction. She's keeping it like a little secret here, just between us here in the room. And you're ready to go, Isa. Thank you, David, for being here too.
Good evening, Mayor, County or City officials.
Good evening to you too.
Council members. I'm super excited to be able to be here tonight. This is a really exciting opportunity for this community and for artists internationally. The project I'd like to introduce is called A Mall Walks Across America. And this portion of the project will take place September 7th to November 5th. She will be walking from Boston to San Diego, and she will stop at 125 cities along the way, one of which will be Nogales. So who is Amal? This is Amal. She's a 12-foot puppet of a 10-year-old Syrian refugee, and she's traveled across 13 countries. She's met millions of people. She's one of the largest free public festivals, but she's also an international art project. So as she travels, she experiences the communities, she meets different refugees, immigrant populations, displaced and marginalized communities, and she brings awareness to these various issues in a way that is celebratory. So the walk is the certain part of this project that we're hoping to get collaboration with. She'll walk for hundreds of thousands of people. She becomes a voice for a lot of people that don't have an opportunity to speak. She brings communities together. She brings families together. And she's welcomed by both ordinary people and people of power internationally. One of the main points of this project is that she experiences these communities through the eyes of a 10-year-old child. She doesn't arrive with judgments or preconceived notions or negative ideas about the places that she's going. She's searching for a home, she's inquisitive, and she's excited to be here. So this talks a little bit more about the project internationally. She's become an international symbol of human rights as she's met so many people and so many policymakers. She's visited the UN, she's been to the Vatican, and she brings a really positive, hopeful message with her. So on October 27th, 2023, she will be here for about an hour, between 5 and 6:30 p.m. She has a 9-person puppetry team that operates her, and then she travels with her own group as well. And they would like to do a presentation in downtown on Morley Avenue, the first block of Morley Avenue and that part of International Street between Nelson and Park. And it's just a limited time that she will be here, but the impact is really significant for both the people that participate in it and the viewers internationally that get to experience it through the media. We're asking for a couple favors in collaboration with the city. This is a lot of community artists. La Linea Art Studio, the Santa Cruz County School Superintendent's Office is going to work with us in coordinating student performances so we can exhibit the talented youth in this community. But we will need to be able to close the street for the filming of this project. It looks a little bit like a parade, but it is a theatrical performance that conveys an important narrative as she walks this 0.7-mile distance around the community. We're hoping to have support with NPD presence just to make sure there's safety and organization among all participants. We're also hoping to have access to the bathrooms that are currently in Caron Park, just to facilitate that experience for the community members. So the fact that they're visiting the U.S.-Mexico border is an important part of the project, especially for the artists that created it. They want to bring awareness to this area, to the issues that migrants face, refugees, asylum seekers, but even community members. And it's so important, I think, for us as a community to be able to have this experience and combat the really negative narrative that precedes us, that's on the news, that's in the media. And this gives us a unique opportunity to shine the light on our community, on our artists, on our children, and on this area to reframe that narrative a little bit. So I'm going to show you a video that highlights her experiences internationally. I'm available if anybody has any questions.
Councilwoman Montiel?
Aisa, I really want to thank you and people like David and all the art people down there, Nogales, downtown, Morley. I'm really excited about Amal coming by. Whatever you need, the city manager will make it happen. This is a great honor for Amal to come and visit Nogalitos. I'm really excited and thank you for presenting tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Isa. And, it's amazing how this, 10-year-old gets a big crowd like that. Obviously, it's for a good faith, but appreciate you consider Nogales and hopefully we'll welcome him in a good manner on the 27th of October. Thank you. It's a Friday. I already saw it. I put it on my date. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We move on to item number 6, financial monthly report. Ms. Jean? Item 8, April 2023 financial report, FY 2022-2023.
So in front of you, you have copies of the April 23 finance report. And if we look at our chart A, our table A, this is our general fund. And for the month of April, we brought in $27,297,824, which is 99% of our overall budget for the year so far. And also on that same table, you'll see our shared revenue. We have brought in $7,630,769, which is 83%. And then if you move on to table B, that is our sales tax. We have, in the month of April, we brought in $669,190. We are still $1,503,993 over this point last year. A little bit slow of a month. Not really slow. It's the way it comes in from the state. May looks much better, so don't worry. Table C is our general fund expenditures per department. That was $22,457,442. If you move on to table D, that is our HERF and overweight. For HERF, we have brought in $2,038,901. And overweight fees, we have brought in $271,397. And for expenditures, for HERF, we have spent $2,958,172. And for overweight, it's $2,139,070. Table E is our sewer. We have brought in $2,461,734, and we have expended out $1,591,026. Table F is our water. We have brought in $3,039,020, and we have expended out $5,087,901. And the final table is table G, which is sanitation. We have brought in a revenue of $2,456,931, and we have expended out $2,189,025. Are there any questions on that part of the report?
Anybody have questions?
I do, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So on table C, 53% of the budget has been spent overall on table C.
Yes, if you would take all of those with the entire general fund expenditures, as of April, 54% has been spent.
As of April.
As of April
Okay. And the mayor's office here, he has spent 53%
59.
of his budget.
59%?
I mean, 59%? Okay. And finance, 78, a city attorney, 83, city county library, 80, and so forth.
Yes.
So the mayor's only spent 52. Let me see that again. I need glasses here. 59%.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilman Gradius.
Table F, the water utility fund.
Yes.
Just to explain really quick why the high number on the expenditures. I know it's got to do with the WIFA, but can you clarify that for me?
Sure. If you look at the debt that we have paid out, we have paid out 1.1 million, and that's all in our WIFA loan. We have the water is the biggest part of the WIFA loan compared to the sewer.
Is there any reason we should be worrying, or are we on par?
I think we're on par. This year we had a bigger water project, which we all know, Royal Road and Rancho Grande.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else have any other questions? Continue, Jean.
Okay. The second part is the water and sewer delinquent report, miscellaneous reports. We currently have 6,160 active utility accounts. We have 414 delinquent accounts that are on contract. These total $106,922.41. That is a decrease of 4 contracts from last year, with the decrease of $3,936.60. We also have 144 delinquent accounts that are sewer or sanitation only. They total $285,360.44. It was an increase of 14 accounts from last month, from March to April, with an increase of $1,857.01. The second page, we have the same 4 businesses on contracts that we're watching. The employee payouts for May, we had 3 employee payouts, one in the city manager's office for $2,586.77 in sick and vacation. For MIS department, we had one for $2,783.10. That was in sick and vacation. And for library, we had one payout of $917.98 in sick and vacation. And then finally, for the fuel report for April, we paid out $500,229, and we are $67,986.81 over this point of last year.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Montiel.
Thank you. I have another question so we could be transparent, as we say. For city manager's office, we paid out $2,586.77 in sick and vacation for one employee.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
That would have been the earned sick and vacation based on his contract when the city manager left.
So he's still got sick and vacation time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Thank you, Ms. Jean. We now move to item number 7, executive session, discussion and consulting of legal advice on attorneys regarding OSH, consulting auditors report ARS 38-431-03. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion, I need a motion.
So move.
All in favor? Aye. Against? We'll reconvene from executive session. Going to item 8, discussion item. 8, discussion and possible action, Osage Consulting Auditors Report. Anybody have a comment? Councilman Gradias?
Mayor and council, after reviewing said audit, there are concerns about possible policy violations. We are a policy maker body and should not be tasked with determination, investigation of any violations of law there may have been or not. We do find that there is no indication of any intentional wrongdoing by the mayor or anyone else involved. With that said, I make a motion to move to direct the city attorney to review our policies and revise and bring back to us actual policies or updated policies that will comply with accepted guidelines so that as we move forward, we can prevent any further issues that may potentially arise due to our current policies and procedures.
Second that motion.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
Mr.
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad that we had the opportunity to meet as a body and work over this situation, and I'm glad that we came out to a conclusion to work this out evenly, and so we can move on forward to helping the community move forward too.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, and I thank everybody for continuing, and Mr. Machado, let's work on this. Thank you. With that said, we need to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Item B, discussion and possible action, Mayor and Council credit card report for April 2023. Ms. Jean?
You all have in front of you the April expenses. There were only 2 expenses, and it's clear as to what they both are.
Thank you, Jean. Any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Gradias.
I move to approve the credit card charges for the month of April.
So moved.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. We move to next item, discussion item C, discussion, direction, and possible action, recruitment and/or appointment of city manager. Councilman Gradias?
Thank you, Mayor. I put this on the agenda because we're already a month into Mr. Bermudez's 6-month tenure, and we need to set a direction as to how we're going to handle looking for hiring of a new city manager or the possibility of Mr. Bermudez applying in the future. But we haven't set the procedure, and I think it's required moving forward that we at least start advertising or start the process. So whatever direction is needed as we move forward.
Okay, any other comment or discussion? Go ahead, Councilman Doyle.
Yeah, it's a, you know, setting a process always, you know, when you start recruiting, especially from the outside, it seems like we haven't had a lot of luck in the last few years. But I'm happy with what acting city manager Roy Bermudez is doing. To me, he's done more than the former city manager was able to do in such a short period of time. And I think it's because of his knowledge of our community, his background here, his many years with the city, and in a position that he's kind of been familiar with a lot of the things that go on in the city. And I think he's doing a great job right now. I don't know if he's looking forward to continuing as our city manager, but I would hope that he would apply for that position down the road. And so all I can say is that I'm glad that we have a former chief here at the helm of the city, and I sure support him. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Reyes, thank you for putting this. Like Mr. Doyle said, I do think we have a great acting city manager. I think both, Mr. Doyle and myself agree that he's a homeboy and has done a great job. That I think we should take the month of June and look into it and see what options we have. Pertaining to a longevity with Mr. Bermudez, if that's his wish, and continue with that, and then look at spending more money and looking outside. I think we look inside the house first, and then look outside, and if that's not an option. Do you agree? Go ahead.
And that's fine with me, except we have to start the process because he's in an acting position for 6 months. That's going to run out. We're already 1 month into it. So whether it's going to be him to apply or not, we need to give direction as how do we start the process, open up applications. What are we going to do? If we start 4 months later and he's not available or for whatever reason, then we're already way behind. What we want to do here today is start the process. I'm not picking the city manager. I'm starting the process according to the city charter because he's only acting for 6 months and we can't reappoint him for another 6 unless we give him a contract and he decides to leave his position of chief. So we need to at least protect ourselves for what is going to happen. Whether it's him or somebody else, the process needs to be started. That's my concern.
Ms. Lopez.
You mentioned the same thing I was going to say. So that was the same thing I was going to say.
Okay, I'll look it up with legal and see what we need to do and how do we proceed.
As far as starting the process, the motion from the council to direct staff to start the process, and HR has done it before. They know what they have to do, but I think it's direction from the council that's required.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Can we start the process without spending thousands of dollars to recruit somebody to come down?
I mean, the process can be as large or as small as you direct it, right? But keeping in, it depends how many people you want to reach, right? I don't know what's budgeted, but it's all up to you. It's all up to you. It all depends how extensive you want the search to be.
I think it's in the budget, huh? If I'm not wrong, it's about 35,000. That's what it is.
Yes, I think 35,000 is what was budgeted from the past. Go ahead, Councilwoman Montiel.
I'm really confused. And excuse me if I'm confused. So since I've been here, we have opened it up and spent thousands of dollars to hire a recruiting agency. And, we just heard about how the community is out there trying to make ends meet, overcame a pandemic, so forth and so forth. So we have an acting city manager, okay? He's been on the job for a couple of weeks. And now we're already thinking about hiring an agency or not hiring an agency or doing it in-house. For me, it's sending like a very negative message to the public that we have no confidence in Mr. Bermudez. And I know that's not what the message you're sending. But for me, I feel like we have entrusted Mr. Bermudez to do this job for the next 6 months. It's been a practice in the city that people have been acting city manager, and when the review comes within those 6 months, if this person has been doing a good job, then he's offered a contract. That's how I understand it. That's how I would like to have this, play out. I don't doubt that Mr. Bermudez will do a good job. Who else would do a better job than someone that's been in this community for so long and has been working for the city of Nogales for so long? We don't know yet. He's been on the job for how long, Mr. Bermudez?
5 weeks.
5 weeks. And so we don't know. We don't know. So we're kind of sending this message that we're already looking for someone out there, and it just sends this negative message to the community. I don't want the community to think that we have all this money at the city of Nogales to spend on recruiting agencies. Even if we do it in-house, which hasn't been done, and Roy decides to apply, if he's doing a good job, let's give him a chance to see how he performs in the next few months. We can come back, put it on the agenda, go into executive session, discuss his performance. And that's how I feel about it, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Doyle.
Yes, I kind of agree with Councilwoman that I think that we should probably look at it at least a month down the road. But what I'm thinking is that it's hard to find a city manager that fits in. You can get somebody on paper. These agencies, they don't know our community as well as we do, and as well as our acting city manager does. What I'm saying is, and I'll say it, I think we hit the jackpot with him. I think he's going to do a great job for the city and for the community. And so I'd like to just give him that little extra time to make sure that he's on board for a longer contract. If that's okay with Councilman Radillas. I think it's kind of soon also to put him on the spot that he's been in 5 weeks. Let's give him at least 8 weeks before. But anyway, that's my thinking, and that's what I have to say.
Councilman Radillas.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle, for your comments, but it's not to please me. It's what's in the charter. We still have to set up a process in place. If the case is that he's going to stay, he's going to stay. He still has to go through the process, and we still have to open it up legally, unless I'm mistaken. Or we can make a determination and offer a contract.
There is no process established for what you need to do to pick the people that the council appoints directly. The magistrate, the clerk, the city attorney, city manager. It's really what you decide to do. You could decide to appoint whomever tomorrow without any interviews. I'm sure you won't do that. That's what you.
I'm fine with that. If that's the process, I just thought there was a process.
No, there is no established process. It's whatever the council decides to establish as a process.
Okay. Councilman Bonilla.
I don't think we're sending the wrong message to the public. I know Mr. Bermudez for many years. I don't have doubts in his ability. However, I think that we still need to be a little bit proactive as far as opening up this position for city manager. Again, I'm not saying that he is doing a bad job. I should say that he has been doing an exceptional job. But again, I think that we need to be proactive. 6 months is a long time, or a short time actually, and anything can happen in that time period. And so if it'd be nice if we would have just a little bit other people interested, whether it be local or out of state or whatever. Again, it's not I'm not saying that Mr. Bermudez is doing a bad job. I think that he has stepped into this role and has done an exceptional job. However, we gotta be transparent also. It doesn't, I don't want to come people say, well, pues sí, le diste el trabajo al compadre or so it's just, let's be a little bit transparent. Let's open it up maybe at a local level for now and see if we have any takers. Who knows? But for the record, I don't think he's doing a bad job. I don't think, I don't have issues with his work ethic or anything like that. But for the record, I think that we should open this up just to be transparent with people. That's all.
Thank you. Councilwoman Montiel.
Okay. If my memory serves me well, we've had deputy city manager after deputy city manager after deputy city manager, and they worked for 6 months. That I recall, no one had an issue with it. It's not about not being transparent. It's about giving someone who we entrusted at the beginning to do a job. Let's give them an opportunity to do a month, to do the job like we did the other deputy city manager, and you guys all know what I'm talking about. So for me, it's not about transparency. And I'm glad Mr. Machado brought up the fact that it's not in the charter. It's not indicated that there's something in place in the charter. So in my opinion, I believe that there's so much to do. There's so much work. We need consistency within ourselves in the city. The workers need to know that there's someone there that's going to be there doing their job, not knowing that there might be a change in the next few months. The people deserve better here in Nogales.
Thank you. Mr. Councilman Doyle.
And then there's the question of throwing away $35,000 that can be used for a lot of good reasons here locally. And that's it.
Thank you. So, as far as giving directions, I think, do you guys agree on dealing in it with it? Or I'm perfect with Mr. Bermudez. I've got, I concur that we got to give him the opportunity. I think he's done an exceptional job. Exceptional. He's done, at least the time frame that I dealt with our past city managers. I think he's been very, very active, and I think he deserves the opportunity. And there's no other person, especially from the outside the city, that would bring the better knowledge than what Mr. Bermudez brings to the city. So, I would give Mr. Bermudez the opportunity to continue, and hopefully, now that we know that there's no process that we need to follow, Mr. Gradias, I think it's stuck to Mr. Bermudez. You guys want to do it on an individual basis. We want to do it on executive session and make sure he's in the time phase of a long process, and he's got all my I got his back and he's got my back, and to doing the best thing for this community, and I think he's doing a great job. Thank you, Mr. Bermudez.
Do we make a motion or?
There is no motion.
Well,
So
but,
you guys agree? Continue?
No motion?
Okay,
okay,
we'll just continue. Thank you.
direction. Okay.
So,
Thank you.
item D, discussion and direction, possible action, authorizing legal to pursue an agreement with Verde Water Company for building services fees in the Verde area. Councilman Gradias.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been in talks with the city attorney dealing with issues with the sewer connection payment problems in the Valle Verde area. As we're aware, during our financial, it keeps adding up. So we've been talking about possibly meeting with Valle Verde company and working out maybe a process where they would be collecting fees for us, and we would pay them for their service. It's a smoother process than having to be litigating all these cases one by one. And I think we've made some progress, but it's come to the point where we need to get the rest of the council involved so that we can give them direction to pursue an actual beneficial agreement between both entities. If you want to elaborate, Mr. Machado.
Mr. Grillas and I have, past couple of months, been talking with Verde and the possibility of us working some type of agreement so as to better enforce our sewer charges and collect the sewer fees that we charge. It's come to a point where it doesn't make sense to proceed forward unless that's the council's wish. I think you will. I mean, there's no reason not to, but it's something that I want to make sure everybody's on board.
Can I get a couple more
When the
information?
agreement is made, don't get me wrong, it has to come back to you to approve it. But
Okay,
if you're not interested at all, which I don't think that's.
you're not there yet.
We're not there, but I just want to make sure that this is something that you want me to continue to pursue.
Councilman Doyle?
I guess what comes to mind is you've had a few talks already with Valle Verde Water Company.
I asked them if, yes, I have.
And-
It would be interesting, if they would be interested in receiving proposals from us in this connection. In
Did-
this regard.
Was there a fee mentioned?
No,
on
no,
their
no, we've
behalf?
not on details. We talked various alternatives options that we could have. But I wanted to make sure that was something that was available to us, before I talked any details with anybody.
Okay. Okay. The reason I asked, because I was going to put something in, actually, on this agenda, but I decided to wait till the next one. And that was to talk about alternative ways of collecting, like a flat fee or sewer use compared to other homes that are charged pretty much the same. You know, of course, we can go base it on water usage because everybody's a little different. But at least for the sewer fee in that area, a flat fee might be something that could work out for the city because you're just charging sewer fee and they don't have to worry about, you know. But anyway, just thought I'd mention it in case if we should put it on the agenda in the future. But yeah, keep us posted, please. It's a good idea. Yeah, it might
That's what I
work.
wanted to hear. If
It might work.
you guys are on board, then I can continue with talks.
Do we need a motion?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
No?
No.
Okay, so
Okay.
we agree, basically, to continue the talks and come back to council and give us a brief on what's the options.
Okay.
Thank you. Item E, review and discuss the city financial protocol in funding the Memorial and Veterans Day events in our local American Legion IGO Post 23 and VFW Post 2026. Councilman Doyle.
Yes, the reason I placed this on the agenda is because we weren't able to connect with our post. I guess mostly the VFW Post 2066 is the one where they celebrate after Memorial Day event. And the reason was because there was a little bit of going. I belong to both posts, and apparently we never voted on the American Legion post that I was aware of, but yet our commander signed a letter, I guess, saying that they were negating our effort to support him this year, but mostly through the post 2066. And the thing was that some people got involved that weren't really members of that system, and it kind of threw things where they didn't want to accept our support this year. So I just wanted to mention, let everyone know that it wasn't the city that dropped the ball or didn't want to support them. I think our city manager has the letters, all of them that of the communication that went back and forth, showing that the support was there, and they just didn't want it at this time for this event. And I also found out that Post 23 sent another letter saying that they weren't part of that process of not wanting the support of the city. So I think you have all that on file, but I just wanted to go out there to all the veterans of our community in Santa Cruz County and the city of Nogales to know that the city is always ready to support our veterans. And we were ready to support them in this event. But for whatever reasons, I mean, they're there in black and white in the letters. I'm not going to go ahead and mention it, but they turned us down. It wasn't that the city did not want to support them. We would have supported them like every other year. And hopefully this year on Veterans Day, we'll address both organizations, both posts individually. And if they both want our support, well, they can do a joint action like they've always done. And if not, we can support the one that wants the support. But I believe that the people did expect a little more this event. It wasn't as nice as other years when the support of the city is there. And I refer to that after the memorial, well, everybody left. Everybody went their own way. And usually it's great when the community gets together and they honor our fallen, our veterans, and it brings them together in unity and harmony. And that's what we should promote always, that we are a tighter knit community in every area. And if we can help achieve that and support it, especially with our veterans, well, we'll continue with that support. And the city was there. And I just want everybody to know, the public to know, that we did not drop the ball for whatever reasons. They just denied our support this time around. Hopefully, next time around, our contact person that we have for events like that is Councilwoman Lisa Montiel. And I know she'll be at the helm, ready to make that connection. And I want to thank the city for being there. And thank you, Chief, for keeping clarity on it and your efforts to try to help out. And hopefully this Veterans Day we'll be able to do it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
My understanding, Mr. Doyle, is different. The city called saying that they were not going to support the event. That's the understanding that I got directly from them. So I don't know from where you got the information. I got it directly from them.
Okay.
And they will not accept any contribution from the city. The event was good. I was there. The mayor was there. It was a good event.
No, yes, but we didn't have that follow-up, the harmony of uniting.
It was part that the city called saying that they were not be hosting the event. Maybe you're getting the wrong information. Okay. Maybe I got the wrong information, but that's the information.
They're the people that have the answer.
I don't know.
Can you correct us?
Information?
Can you correct us on that? Were we there ready to support this event?
Yes, sir, we were.
Well, my information was different. And when they had the first meeting here in the city, they were here with, you know that, Lisa. Yeah. And they deny any kind of support because they want to take care of their event. They don't want the city to take care of the event.
But we don't take care of the event. We just support it.
Well, the understanding for them was that the city was going to take care of the events. So maybe it was a matter of misunderstanding.
Councilwoman, And then there's, I personally talked to them, and Mr. Kissinger was there, and and after the meeting that Ms. Montiel hosted, I kind of figured, and because of the talks that were going, that they had in their mind that I was putting these, just like I've heard that, you're handling the Mexican tradition events, that we're putting you as a council, because we all supported you two to be our delegates in those events. But we're there, and you're there to be our eyes of support, not to run their events. And that's the same thing that we told them, Mr. Kissinger and myself. At no time was the city saying, we're going to run your events. And that's basically the concept that I understood. And I told them, and I told them, myself, would go up there in front of their board and let them know that the city was full in process of supporting them at 100% to what we've always done. They elected to have a meeting, and they came back and said that we're not going to accept the city support. But I'm talking, I think it was April 20th or something before, plenty of time for them to reconsider. I don't recall if it was April 10th or 20th, but plenty of time for them to reconsider and accept our offer. That there was at no time an intention of the city to run their events. I made it very clear. And like I said, I told them I would go up to their meetings in front of the boards and let them know. Again, what one says here, the other says there, but I just want to make it clear that I personally told them that that was not the intention. Councilman Bonillas.
Just for the record, Mayor, Commander Diaz, I spoke to him, and he told me that he appreciates the gesture from the city and from the mayor and council. For whatever reason, they're going to do both events in-house. But he does, for the record, does appreciate the gesture from the city. Just that there's no misunderstanding on behalf of the citizens of Nogales. We do support our veterans. But that's the issue of accepting the money or not. That's was something from the veterans, and I guess I don't know anyone at the American Legion, so I don't know how they voted or not vote. I don't know, but for whatever reason.
And that's the thing, American Legion does one thing, voice a different opinion, so it's something that they got to work out together, and but we're willing to support. Ms. Montiel, were you going to say something?
No, thank you. No, all I was going to clarify is that at no time did the city ever say or imply or wrote anything in writing that they were not going to continue supporting. Maybe the method was going to change a little bit in terms of like just the process, but it was just to follow policies, but it wasn't ever intended. In fact, we even offered a little bit more money in some areas. But if I recall, there was a meeting with you, Mr. Kissinger, and Mr. Velasquez, and I was present, and where it was clarified, and he did say that he had gotten the wrong message from Mr. Kissinger, and Mr. Kissinger clarified it, because Mr. Kissinger never intended or never said that the city was not going to fund them anymore. Is that right, John? Well, I just so we can be transparent.
That's right.
Is that right, what I just said?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And so I think misunderstanding, and the American Legion is getting one word, VFW is getting another, but the city is willing to support. Yes, Councilman Doyle.
Yes, Mayor, and that's the reason I put it on the agenda to clear things up, because I was approached by some other members not the higher echelon, but other regular members that said, gee, how come you guys didn't support us on Memorial Day? And I said, we offered. I said, well, that's not what we heard. They said, so I said, well, listen, I'm going to put in the agenda and I'm going to clear up the air, and hopefully everybody will know that we're there for them. The city supports its veterans, and we always will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, we're here to support both BFW Post 2066 and American Legion. Thank you. Next item, Santa Cruz Animal Control, discussion on the status of constructing a new building or renovating it. Councilwoman Montiel. Mr. Peña.
Mr. Peña, Mr. Peña, thank you, and thank you for your patience also for waiting for so long. I just realized you're at the end of the agenda and you had to bear with us. But the reason I visited your location a couple of times, and I'm very grateful for your hospitality. You have a great program. It's very, even though it's an animal shelter, it's so inviting, it's so positive, just not for the visitors, but for the animals. And I know that you have a great staff there too that promotes adoption. And I wanted to also ask you, because you're on social media, and which I am on social media too, and I noticed you're collecting donations. Is that the right word? Donations, or that's what you write, right? Because I know it's an interesting word.
Correct.
But if you can kind of tell us a little bit about what your efforts are like and what you're doing at the animal shelter, and what's the process that you're following in terms of renovating or building a new building, so we can all be on the same page and our audience can also know. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. You got it?
Miren,
Es que ahorita es muy miniatura, no sé, Qué bien. Ay, qué elegante está bien.
Yeah,
Muy bien.
really nice, actually.
And the last.
Are these the same for cats? Either.
I'll talk about it later. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Ni las conoce.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members, everybody here. Since last time that I was here, I came with a project that we had started of remodeling the juvenile detention there on Hohokam Drive, right next to where the sheriff department was. We had started the plans, and as to right now, they're already finished. And they might change because right now we're starting to work with the architect that helped the the Arizona Humane Society in Tucson. So we are working on that. And as of right now, these are the plans that we are looking for. Like I said, again, they might change for the better. And with recommendations from them. Right now, our project is to have at least about 47 total kennels. Right now, in our small shelter that we have 20 kennels available. We've outgrown that facility a long time ago. We don't have, room. We have to sacrifice animals because of that, and that's not right. And we need to stop that, and hopefully, this will come in reality, and soon, What I gave you was the plans. I gave you a copy of the kennels that we are looking to install because we're going into a building that's as old as our building right now. So we need to renovate inside and make it, state of the art. I mean, what's out there, for animal control, for animals to be in a nice place, safe place, clean place. And, that's what we're looking at and installing into our, remodeling of that place. We will have, a total of 47 kennels. We will have 6 isolation kennels separated from, the general population. We're going to have 26 kennels inside and 21 kennels in and out. And if you can see it on 8.3, you'll see kennel floor plan. And that's where it tells you, we're going to have 21 kennels that are going to be inside and outside. So we can have the animals inside and outside, which right now we don't. And as of right now, when I came the last time here, we didn't know where we were going to find that money. We had meetings with the county, and they said they were going to try and apply for funds, which they did. We got an application, and I'm happy, very excited to let you know. Last week we found out that 2 appropriations got us money. We have one from Representative Grijalva that got us $540,000. And we got another one from Senator Sinema that got us 1.5 million. That's 2 million. And, I think we're going to need a little bit more. And that's why we're starting our campaign to get more funds. We want to make sure that this facility is state of the art, and we have so many new things for our community, so they can go and adopt animals, and we can keep these animals for a longer periods of time. And I was told that it's not a for sure thing that we get the whole amount, but they already have, set aside those funds for us. I'm here to also ask if, the city can help us in applying for something else, another, grant or something, because we're going to need it. And there's right now in our shelter, there's no good system regarding the heating, ventilation, and AC. We need a state of the art for that, and it costs a lot of money. To put that into the new renovation building is going to cost a lot. Kennels alone, looking, we already got a quote. It's going to cost us $150,000 alone just for the kennels. And they have to. We still don't have the amount it's going to cost us to start knocking everything down and renovating. So at least we got this money, and hopefully. The county can put a little bit more money into this, aside from these funds that we obtained. We started our Facebook page, putting up our animals that we have for adoption when they get claimed, when they get rescued. Today alone, they took about 10 animals to rescue. We were full. They helped us, and that's what we need. We call them all the time saying, hey, we're full again. We're full again because we only got 20 kennels. And we've outgrown that facility a long time ago. For the size of the county, 20 kennels, it just won't do it. So, it's very important that we try and get more money because we know that we're possibly going to need more. And if we don't get this whole amount, then obviously we're going to need to do something else. So in our Facebook page, we do have a section where we, ask for donations. If anybody wants to donate, we already have a fund for the new shelter. I don't remember if last time I was here, we had a gentleman that left some money in his trust for us. The first time ever that, he left us $30,000. He had already given us $5,000. There's still another check coming from his trust. And we already have plans on what to do, with that money. And thanking him for doing that for us. But, we're sure going to need a lot more money for that. And I don't know, if some of you have passed through there. There's where the old jail is. There's a section there that's chain link fence where they used to have the people there, do their exercises. That's going to be tear down, and that's going to become our parking lot. So it's we've had the architect from the Humane Society from Tucson come down and inspect the building and give us recommendations, and he will continue to work with us to make this facility a really, really nice facility for the community. And what I gave you also was the scope of the project. I'm not going to go in detail for that, so you can read it. And the whole plans are here. I'm sure this new shelter is going to be what we need, what the city needs, what the county needs, and for our community, for our animals. And I'm very excited. Again, I got 6 more years to go, and I hope, I said it last time, I hope this comes, as reality for us, because our staff they work really hard, and they're all excited to start our fundraising campaigns to, get more money for our new shelter, because we have a total of 7 officers, and we have just one little room to do everything there. And that's just for, us. And then the animals, it's just 20 kennels, doesn't cut it. And, we need a lot more room for that. So that's, where we're at right now. Apparently until around October, that's when we're going to know exactly how much money we're going to get from this money that was set aside. And I hope and pray that it's the full amount. I hope they don't decide to cut, some money there. And that's where we're going and where we're at right now.
Mr. Peña, thank you for bringing this up. Council, this is, the animal shelter is combined city and county. All expenditures are, as far as I know, are split half and half. Correct or no?
Operational, sir.
Operational?
Yes.
Okay. And so, I was a council member when you first came up, I think 2-3 years ago. 2 years ago?
I think it was a year ago, I think.
Okay. And basically, it's a great opportunity. Back then, you were thinking of going to on Grand Avenue.
We had other plans, at least myself.
Yes.
What I wanted was brand new building for our animals, for the community. This is what, what it looks like we're going to have to,
Okay. Do you guys have estimates of what you're trying to collect? Right now you're looking at, basically 2,070,000 that you have. What's the target number that you guys are looking for? How are you collecting donations?
At this point, we don't have an amount. I would say that 3 million will be enough. Not aside from this, but in total, to be able to renovate that building. I did make a trip to Gila County where they just built a brand new facility, state of the art, everything they need, ventilation, exactly what they need to prevent, diseases. They spent 2.5 million, and it's a little bit smaller than what we need. So I figured that 3 million would do, but it looks like we're going to be placed here.
Okay.
It's a lot better than where we're at. I can tell you that. Room-wise, for the animals, and if we do everything and spend the money that we need to renovate it the way it's supposed to be, it should be okay.
Okay. And Councilwoman Montiel?
Did you ever consider the Chase Bank?
No.
It's just there.
Never thought about that. No.
Is it too late?
No.
Okay, talk to the city manager and the attorney. I don't know.
We'll do that. I mean, we had these plans, and they're ready. Now we have the money, and we still haven't started. So anything is,
Yeah.
I personally, I can tell you, I will continue trying to fight for this new building, because we want it to last a lot. We're going to be moving into a building that is old as the one that we're in. So we need to make sure that the renovation is, the right way, because we don't want to be, spending a lot of money in a few years. So we want to make sure that everything goes right.
Okay.
If I could just direct the city manager, Mr. Bermudez, to maybe get in touch with him, and maybe there could be a discussion. I don't know about buildings or anything like that, but I know we're trying to see what we're going to do with the Chase Bank. So maybe it's something that you can discuss with him and the county. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Peña. I think it's a great project, and let's hope.
Maybe we can take advantage of.
Yes, sir.
We can take advantage of Mr. Peña being here tonight to update us on our skunk.
Oh.
We have not found your skunk. We set traps up.
I have one at the house.
And we left them here for almost a week and nothing. So I don't know if they haven't reported it.
I think he left by himself.
Yeah. So, but we did set traps up, and we never caught it.
Mr. Doyle, you have to sleep here so the skunk comes back. All right. Thank you for your effort.
Thank you.
Discussion, item G, discussion on the status of recycling in the city. Councilwoman Montiel.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I put this up on the agenda is because I've had a lot of people ask about recycling, including myself. Still don't understand the recycling situation. We have the two containers we put out there, and there's not a lot of clarity, and maybe we could clear it up in the public, and that's why I put it on the agenda. Mr. Bermudez.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Montiel.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a memorandum that was drafted by Deputy City Manager John Kissinger today, actually detailing the recycling program and how it works. And John can fill you in as far as the details. As I know that there's the first pickup of the week to make sure that we assist the community over the weekend of trash collection. The city collects the blue and the regular can with trash, complete trash. The second pickup is exclusively for recyclables. So that's the reason why some people say that they're seeing both the blue and the regular can go in mixed in the same truck. But Mr. Kissinger can actually explain it a little bit better than I can because he did the research on it.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our curbside recycling program is we try to collect recyclable material on your second pickup. The side loader truck goes to every account or resident within the city and picks up the cans. When the cans were first put out, the containers were first put out, oh my God, I don't remember the year. I don't know if any of you all remember the year, but it was a while back. We were putting out a blue can and a gray can. The concern of the council at that time, because this was a change in service. Prior to that, we picked up whatever you put out, however you put it out. So if it was just bags or on top of the roof of the car, it didn't make a difference. We picked it up, and I think we've all who lived in the community that long remember that. We changed twice since then. So when we got the new cans, we were using rear loaders that we adapted to actually pick up the can and go like this with it, right? But it required labor to move the can out onto the street, put it on the back of the truck so it could go like this, right? Then when it was done, put the can or the back on the curb. We were doing that on the first pickup for both cans, right? The blue and the gray, and whatever you put in there, and it's a good way to, when you talk to your constituents, when you're talking to your people who are asking you questions about recycling, it's very important that you remind the people that are asking you that if it fits, it ships. So if you put it in there, it's going. One of the biggest changes that happened when we're doing recycling on the second pickup was that at that time, when we had the rear loaders, the people who were putting the cans into the street would actually open the lid and look into the can to determine if there were recyclable materials or not, right? So they would open the can, the blue can on the second pickup, look in there, see if there was recyclable materials in there, and if they were, they would take it, right? If they weren't, they would push it off to the side and leave it there for the Monday pickup because it was garbage. What changed? The city of Nogales went to side loaders. So now we don't have the guy who's moving the cans around. So on the second pickup, we're making assumptions and we're hoping that our residents are putting recyclable materials in there because the arm comes out, grabs it, and throws it. They don't check it to make sure. We're just grabbing it and taking it. It wouldn't be feasible for the driver to get off the truck, go look at the can, and then determine whether he's going to take it or not. Okay. So what happens to the second pickup is that pickup's taken to our transfer station. It's dumped out on a pad, right? The employees from Waste Management look at the materials, and if it looks like if it's good, clean, recyclable, not too much garbage in there, something they can sort, and they do the sorting there. They take it, and that recyclable, that tonnage that went across there is reduced from our bill. So we don't get charged for recyclable materials going across the scale. If you look at my report, it's not that much. It's only 1%, but the report, if you look at the report, it's only 1% of the entire garbage that we pick up on a monthly basis, okay? Remember that we don't recycle commercial, but commercial's included on tonnage. So I haven't been able, because it came such late notice, I haven't been able to analyze out of our residential only what our percentage is of recycle versus garbage. The numbers will be a lot closer because we all know that commercial waste is a lot heavier than residential waste. So these numbers, 99 and 1%, is a skewed number. That's what I'm trying to report to you. I hope that answers your question, Lisa. And if there's any other questions you might have, I'm here to help you.
Councilwoman Montero?
So the bottom line, there's no recycling.
I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't, but it doesn't look like there's recycling, like a serious recycling in the community.
I disagree with that statement. Waste
Why? Go ahead.
Sure. Waste Management has told me that they're taking plenty of recyclable materials up to the recycling 15 tons a month.
That's 1% of the waste in this community that's picked up.
To include commercial waste, ma'am.
Yeah, the 1%.
15 tons. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilman Bojorquez.
John, so how do you determine who contaminates the garbage? Is this that you issue the residents a notice of contaminating the recycle?
Sure.
So how do you know who contaminated that part of the
That
garbage?
load? Very poorly, and that's what I was trying to elaborate to you. When we put these rules together, if you remember, I was trying to explain to you that we were using the rear loaders. So who was determining if it was bad or garbage in the recyclable bin? Were our employees who were moving that can and putting it onto the back of the loader to put in, right? We don't do that no more. The truck just drives up and goes like this. So the answer to your question is who determines whether it's a good load, or that's not even your question. How do we determine who put the bad stuff in there? We can't. We're trusting our community to put good stuff in there. And they are 15 tons a month.
So we're not issuing any notices right now.
We're not. We're not, Hector.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? So bottom line is we do recycle, but Waste Management does the decision on if it's usable or not usable
That is correct, Mr.
at the landfill, not at the landfill, at the collection.
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. Let me.
Thank you. Thank you for the report.
Can Mr. Machado, can I post this on social media so people could be informed of the recycling situation in the city? Because I have been asked. Well, let me know later. Maybe you could, so we can inform the public. Okay, thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Item 9, orders. A, consideration possible action of order 2023-06-025, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, adopting the tentative budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, scheduling a public hearing on the budget, authorizing publication of the budget, and notice of hearing for 2 consecutive weeks as required by law, accepting a proposal from the Arizona Municipal Risk Retention Pool for workers' compensation insurance and risking insurance, property and liability, and a proposal from the City of Nogales Employees Benefits Trust for health insurance premiums, finance, and city attorney. Second?
Somebody second it? No.
Hold on. Any comments or questions? I was comments and questions on this, our budget. I like to adopt, or the amend the proposal to work on a compensation, look at our compensation study and salary structure.
Okay, so that's separate from this. After you do this, then you can discuss whether you want to do the amendments to the comp study and all that stuff.
Okay, so we already had a first and a second.
Yes,
So
now
no-
you vote.
But go ahead,
Yeah.
Council.
I know that on the order, it also reads that the tentative budget is not due till the third Monday of July.
Yeah,
We have-
I mean, that's where, when we had our hearings, I commended the council for doing this way ahead of schedule. This is probably the fastest, most complete job that I've seen in a long time.
So would we have time enough to make that special session, when we can work on the compensation study?
But it won't affect this.
Or we can still go back and revise the budget later on and include the changes to the salary changes?
No. As I understood what the mayor was interested in, was addressing our compensation studies to get salaries up. And you can
And
do
the-
that.
and the salary
after
structure.
adoption of this budget. If you decide to address the compensation study later and go up on it, or address portions of that, the bottom half, the quarter, however you guys want to do it, you can do that. And then you can, at that time, amend, well, not amend the budget, but amend the compensation study and implement it.
So when would it take effect?
Whenever you implement it. It's just like giving a raise.
We don't have to wait till next year?
No, because the council has given raises in the past.
Okay.
Right? Decided we have extra money to do this, blah, 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 and then they give the raises. So, no, you're okay.
Yeah, and the reason I brought this up is because I'm okay with the budget, just the salary schedules, it's been 3 years in a row that the employees on the bottom part of the salary schedules have not seen any raises. They've seen like a couple of cents to their wages, when the top employees that earning 60,000 or more are getting thousands of dollars, and yet the other people on the bottom who are suffering with the economy right now, the inflation, and they pay the same for the gasoline they put in the car as a person earning $90,000, and they still don't get that opportunity to move up on their pay. So, and that's the only thing that I disagree with this budget.
Well, and that's a valid criticism, and that's certainly your prerogative. But that's why you address the comp study that was approved by the council. And what the city manager and finance do is implement that in their budget. So if you want to change that plan to go up and make those adjustments, we can make those adjustments in salary later on.
Okay. So how long are we bound to this compensation study?
Until you decide to change it.
We're not bound to.
You're not bound by it. You're bound by it until you change it. How's that?
All right, okay. Thank you.
Mayor, may I?
Councilman Montiel?
Here I go again, because I want clarification. So right now, Mayor, you're saying that the budget will be approved except you're amending the salary increases.
No.
See, that's what I thought you're saying.
What he wanted, and again,
That's what it-
correct me, but based on my conversations with the mayor, what he wanted to do was address the salary structure. And I had told him that the way to do that is to address the comp study, not the salary here, not the budget.
Okay, so Mayor, I am not going to agree with you. I do not at this time want to give salary increases until we look at the compensation report.
We got time, bro.
So we got time. So this is why it's muddled. Okay. So what I understand from Mr. Machado is that we have to adopt the budget as is, including the salary increases. I will not agree with that.
Well, you're adopting the budget, and again, we talked about it, we've talked about it in the past, that the council cannot go and go over individual salaries. You are doing the budget broad strokes, okay? Individual salaries that go up because of the implementation of the comp study is a managerial discussion or decision. And that decision was made implementing a comp study that the council approved, okay? Now, you cannot go in as a body and make managerial decisions regarding particular salaries.
But what we can do is table it. Because you said right now we still have time. Because I was under the impression that, because like you say, we have time, that we take a look at, again, from the salary increases so it could be more equitable. Last year, I again advocated for the bottom quartile over and over again. We keep using the compensation and excuse that we approved it and so forth. And yet you as an attorney say, well, you could tweak it later on. Exactly. Well, why can't we just table it tonight and go back to the compensation report next week, tweak it so it could be more equitable to those employees at the bottom quartile. And then we come back and we look at this and perhaps look at maybe giving some raise across the board that's more equitable. So everybody can get a little piece of the pie, as they say. So here we go, we're repeating what I advocated against last year. So what I would like to do, Mayor, is table it. Let's have a meeting next week and look at the compensation report, and then we come back the following. We still have time to adopt the budget.
In my response to that, with all due respects, Councilwoman Montiel, you are not going to be able to go over the comp study and make the necessary amendments and all that stuff within the time left. That's a complex document. There's a lot of information that goes into it to update it and so on. You're not going to get it done in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. You're not. And that's the reality of it. But like I said, you can do it and give your raises that you want, but not before this budget has to be adopted.
Okay. May I finish my point? Because we're talking about a budget. It affects hundreds of employees. And for me, I take that very serious. I wish this could be at the beginning of this agenda. But last year, again, the top, like you say, Hector, got the most raises because that's how it works. Some people got, 5, 6, 7. It looks like this compensation report is like it's friendlier to the top quartile. Okay, that's my opinion. But what I think we need to do is, there are people that are getting raises and they're part-time. There are people that are getting thousands of raises again, and poor sanitation workers getting pennies. There's an electrician that was going to get 19 cents increase, and he quit. Now we don't have an electrician. It's open now. So it's like, I just feel like the bottom quartile is always losing out in this compensation report. And so now legal's saying, well, we have to approve it as it is because...
I didn't say you have to approve.
Can you
I didn't say that at all.
What did you say?
What I'm saying is that if you're going to use a compensation study to revise your budget, don't count on doing that before the deadline to pass our budget is passed. If you're going to revise the compensation study, you can. That's wholly within your discretion. But it's not realistic to think that it's going to be done within that time frame.
So,
that's all I'm saying.
Okay, no, I agree. But why do we just not at least, not give raises for right now, and then later on we work on the compensation, and like you say, we can go back and decide on appropriate raises and fair and just raises for all our employees.
Because the budget is not giving raises. What the budget has done is implemented the comp study. So a lot of those what you see as raises or non-raises is the implementation of the comp study. And a lot of the stuff there on people that you see didn't get raises this year, got raises last year and the year before when nobody else did. It was just the implementation of the comp study. You're not giving raises, you're implementing, or the city manager's implementing what was passed by council.
I guess the use of words as an attorney, you're absolutely right. I'm not trying to, think like an attorney at all. I just think that this compensation, I want it to be public, is unfair. And it favors the upper quartile constantly. And every year we are doing the same thing, knowing that it's not fair and equitable.
Councilman, I agree with you. If that's a concern, the compensation study, and like I told you before, you're not going to find a bigger advocate and ally of getting employees' salaries up. But all I'm saying is, if you're going to use the comp study or a tweaking or an amendment or whatever to a comp study, it's going to take longer than the time frame we have available to adopt a budget. That's the reality.
I don't want to use this platform as arguing. I just want to make sure that I get an answer from your clear legal answers. Why can't we not give raises, adopt the budget as is, and without the raises?
Because you're going against the prior adoption of the compensation plan.
And that's against the law?
Well, you can't do it unless you want, there's a prior action by council that binds all of us here, staff.
But yet we can tweak it and change it later on.
Later on you can. But you can't just ignore it.
Well, I'm not planning to ignore it. I want to tweak it in the future.
And you can absolutely do it. And after it's done, then you can implement the raises or the new comp plan, or like you say, raises across the board. Do whatever you want in terms of salary increases. And that's always available to you.
It just saddens me that we're doing this again. We did it last year and we're doing it again. Maybe I apologize to the public. I should have been smarter and put the compensation to review so we can tweak it before we're giving these raises again.
Councilman Gradias.
Any clarification? Are the reclassifications also part of the comp study?
No, classifications are
Reclassifications that we're implementing.
Reclassifications, that's clearly a managerial decision. And he can reclassify up and down, whatever, but within the comp study that you adopted.
So are we held to those reclassifications?
Yes, those you are, because those are managerial decisions. In other words, let's say position X is pay range 53. Okay, you've adopted the pay ranges and those classifications, but it's up to him, Mr. Bermudez, to place employees within those areas. That's what the city manager does. That's a managerial function. You're a legislative body. That's managerial.
And what we're doing here is setting a spending limit.
Yes.
Technically.
Yes.
And we can make changes in the future, but we can't over exceed the limit that we vote on today.
Right.
Okay.
But again, I want to emphasize, because I agree with Councilman Montelier. I understand the wanting to get salaries up and stuff, but you're not precluded from doing that by adopting this budget.
Right. And I've been looking at it myself, and they can attest to it. I'm looking at bringing the bottom quartile up, and it's been a process, and we've been working at it, but we still haven't found a solution. But yeah, we got to set a limit. And with that said, if you allow me a couple of points here on this budget so that it's clear. Before, when we started, we were at about 106,095,566. you presented us a tentative budget of 104,884,328. That's over $1 million in cuts that you guys were able to make. So if we take out the grants, we're looking at a budget, actual budget of 89,884, but that includes a carryover of about $6 million from the prior year. So looking at it that way, the budget we are adopting today is in line with what we adopted the year prior and maybe a little less. So I think you guys did a really good job on this. I am really pleased. I am not in favor of the reclassifications and not being able to provide any more assistance to our lower tier employees, but I think we have to get at that at one point. And after we adopt this, I'll make another recommendation. But we also got to look at the future that January 1, minimum wage in Arizona goes to $14.25, and we will have employees under that at that point, which legally we have to bring up, and we can make those adjustments. So at this point, I really want to commend all the work that was put into it, because looking at the numbers this way, and that's how we got to look at them, it's over 20 million in grants that we need spending authority for. So it looks inflated to the common person. But if you delve into it, if we get the 11 million, 17 million grant and we don't have spending authority, we can't use it. Or we'd have to tap into our reserves, which we don't have 17 million in our reserves. So we need to make sure that we are in a situation where we can move forward and make these expenses and not be worrying about losing the money because we can't have the authority to spend them. So that's my take on this year's budget. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Agradias, these reclassifications were not done arbitrarily. It took over a year, sometimes over 2 years, to come up with these reclassifications, and just because we were working people out of class, and that's a bigger liability right there. I gave you, everybody received a copy of some numbers we were moving around to bring, I wouldn't say the bottom quartile but to make the minimum, bring them up to range 43, we would equal, I guess if you go into hours, which I don't really want to go into hours, it would be a minimum of $15 an hour. And then you add the longevity and 1% per year. So there are people that if you just came in, you're going to start at 15. Once you hit your year, you're going to go to 1% over 15, and the max is 10%. So I suggest that we go back to a study session and look at these numbers. But as far as and these numbers came up to bring everybody up to a minimum of 15, it came up to a rounded figure of $534,000, okay? We can get that out of contingency if you guys wish, and you do have spending authority. We do have spending authority over the contingency fund to do that.
Also, I just want to make sure that in this budget, we have implemented the longevity for anybody that merited an increase because they're here a year longer or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Mr. Bermudez, why do we have to, I know that we talked about the minimum going up in January. Why do we have to hang around that number? Why can't we pay employees $1 or $2 more than the minimum? Why do we have to be hanging around that minimum wage and making that change every year? That little change.
I think last year, if I recall, we went up to a minimum of 14. This year, just because a $15 range was thrown out, but it doesn't stop council to go up to 16, 17 minimum if that's what you guys desire.
Councilwoman Montiel?
Yeah. So you're talking about, I don't know how many employees, but you're talking about $534,000 that would,
Per year.
yeah, of course, that would bring these employees, how many, 40 some, or how many employees are you talking, 106 employees? Well, let's say, for example, I guess my question is, could that be, you're saying that that's going to be possible this year?
If you guys, if that's what
Yeah, of
you,
course, if
you
we agree
wish,
with it, but
yes,
financially, that's possible with the budget that we have?
absolutely.
Okay.
Just remember that it has to be sustainable.
Of
That's
course,
the
but
thing.
it seems like it looks like it will be sustainable, right? And that will get these 104 employees to be at the, what range?
Minimum of range 43.
43? And that could be possible in the future.
Absolutely. So if you look at, depending on their longevity, there's employees that could be making over $16 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the range 43 is the minimum.
In your opinion, are we going to narrow the gap? Or are we just, I mean, it's just what do you think? Do you think that will narrow the
opinion
gap?
is that it's going to help.
It's going to help?
And we need to start somewhere. And I think that's a move of good faith on our part.
Yeah. And Mr. Reynolds, I like your vision and I really appreciate you. I saw that in my box. I didn't have a long time to kind of look it over, but I appreciate your vision and thinking ahead in that way, because that's how we are supposed to think and protect our workers and make sure that we narrow that gap and that we bring these 104 employees.
And that spreadsheet is just so you can study it and, any questions or whatever, but I recommend that we go back to a study session.
Yes.
And really get into the nuts and bolts behind that.
At the end of the day, we can approve this budget and have the authorities come back and adjust your salaries.
Yes, yes, yes.
All that is in good faith and doable. Everybody, any other questions? With that said, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for a great discussion. Item B, consideration and possible action of order 2023-06-026, an order of the mayor and city council of the city of Nogales, Arizona, ratifying the appointment of acting city manager. Second. Discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Gradius, Councilman Gradius.
Nothing personal, it's just an observation. We are ratifying with a salary of $150,000, and there is no clear policy, anything that we can use to determine what the salary should be for an acting city manager. Although there is guidance and past practices where it's been determined to be 5% of plus 5% more than your current salary or the minimum salary range, but there is no minimum salary range for an acting city manager. So I would be comfortable with 5% and or equal to whatever Mr. Kissinger is making. This 150 was set aside at one point. I wasn't part of that at the time, but for a city manager that came with 10 years of experience or whatnot, when it comes up for a contract, then we can negotiate, but you're still keeping all the protections of your classified position. So I'm caught in between. Not my money, but it's the public's money. So I want to make sure we do it right. So we're not giving salary increases to the lower quartile, but we're going off of, there is no guidance, but there is past practices. So that's my 2 cents worth. I just want to make sure that we understand what we're doing.
Okay, Councilwoman Montiel.
Thank you. But we are given, how do I say this without being offensive? But we are giving salary increases to a number of people in the thousands. So, yeah, we're kind of going back and forth because I think it is a little bit personal, because how can we pay a city manager the same as the deputy city manager? I mean, it's just completely unfair. It has completely different. Has that ever been done? No, it has never been done. And you know, 150 is an amount that I feel is fair and just, because how can you pay him exactly like Mr. Kissinger? They're not doing. We didn't do it before. We paid the acting deputy city manager, and you know, we didn't pay him the same amount as a manager and a deputy city manager. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you could correct me.
It's not my place to correct you. I'm just pointing out, and it's not personal. In the past, when Mr. Massey took the position, he didn't go more than the 5% or equivalent to what, when John's taken over the position, he's gotten a $10,000 raise of what his base salary was. That's all I'm saying. We can vote however we want. I'm just stipulating my opinion and making it public because that's a concern to me. If we offer him a contract with no protections, then yeah, it's worth a lot more because he doesn't have the protections that he has as a classified employee. And those protections are a lot. So that's the issue. That's the only issue I'm bringing up. Not that I don't want to pay him $150,000. He's worth $150,000. But if we give him a contract, we'll negotiate. It might be even more than $150,000 is what I'm saying, because what he brings to the table and the experience he'll have, and he's been proving it himself to us. But we're acting on an acting city manager, not a city manager at this time. He still has the duties and responsibilities of the police department. So is he doing all duties for the city manager or all duties of the police department, or is he acting in the capacity of doing both, which I know he can and he has been. He's got the right people in place that'll help him and makes him a great leader, and he knows how to work his tools. But the issue is we're reaffirming and coming up with a salary for an acting city manager, not the city manager at this point. When the time comes for him or anybody else to take the position, we can negotiate the salary, and it doesn't have to be 150. It could be more because there is no guidance. It's left entirely up to mayor and council. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, I'm kind of listening, and actually, how much are we going to increase him what he makes right now? Like 17,000? I mean, you guys are going with high numbers, but we're really only going to increase his salary with a lot more responsibility. We're just going to pay him $17,000 more, maybe $17,000 and $100 or so, but somewhere around there. I've just rounded off. We're not going to pay him more than that, than what he's earning already, and we got to take that in consideration, that he's taking on a lot more responsibility, and he's doing a lot more than our former city manager that was gone most of the time and always on paid vacation, and they gave him all these benefits. And I mean, it's ridiculous what he was doing, and not being here. Probably put most of the load on Mr. Kissinger and Mr. Machado, because it seemed like they always had to answer for him, where we have a person here that's being not only active but proactive here in our community, looking out after not only the interest of the city but the citizens of this community. And for $17,000 more, I'm more than glad to give him that 150, because what he's making right now, the bridge is 17,000 to 150. So that's all I have to say for right now.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I think we're ignoring the fact that Mr. Bermudez is sitting right here next to us. And, you know, if he's going to be paid whatever we decide, and he says, okay, so I don't want the job, let somebody else do it for that amount. You know, I'm out of here. So it's it's going to be a decision that we have to take into consideration and make it aware that Mr. Bermudez is willing to accept that salary.
Councilwoman?
Just to make it clear, he's getting paid for being a police chief and a city manager?
No.
No, that's for sure.
Just one salary.
Just one salary. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Mr. Mayor, let me clarify this a little bit.
Go ahead.
The difference between the 150 and what I'm making right now as a police chief is $35,000 for an entire 12-month period. So if you divide that by 2, that brings it up to $17,000 more for those 6 months that I'm acting. So it's not $150,000 per se. It's just $17,000 that they're adding to my pay for 6 months while I'm acting. I hope that makes sense.
I don't want to hog you.
I have a comment. Councilwoman Montiel, just I like what she asked right now is at what point do we close the gap between the employees and directors? I think that, or I believe at this point, raising Mr. Bermudez's salary at this point, when again I just stated that he's doing a good job. He has improved himself. For us, I don't feel comfortable in giving up that raise of $150,000. I understand that it's not $150,000; it's half of that. However, at this point, we shouldn't do this because, as Councilwoman Montiel just said, it's going to be sending the wrong message to our city employees. It is that simple. We're going back and forth about the reclassification. I understand this is not a reclassification, but our past practices have been, as Councilman Garcia said, 5%, or we match Mr. Kissinger's salary, and I think that we should do that. If Mr. Bermudez so desires to put in his hat as a permanent city manager, then definitely if he gets that position, then we can negotiate the salary. At this point, he's only here for 6 months, and we should just stick to our past practices of the 5%. If we dig deeper, we've had past acting city managers that have had 6 months of experience, and when they jumped into an acting managerial position. So with that said, it was only a 5% increase, and everyone was happy. I don't see why the necessity of going all the way up to $150,000. As Mr. Bermudez said, it's only $17,000. Again, let's keep it. I don't mind giving them a raise, but not a $35,000 or a $17,000 raise within those 6 months. I say give them the 5% pay raise, and then we'll negotiate. If he so desires to stay on board with the city of Nogales as a city manager, then we'll definitely, I think, negotiate the salary. But at this point, I think we're just sending the wrong message to our constituents. We're sending the wrong message to our employees. I don't think it is the right move at this moment to be raising, as Councilwoman Montiel said, we're concerned about raising salaries or wages in our employees. Again, this is an issue I had also in the budget talks as when does the little guy get his fair share? And aren't we doing the same thing right now? We're doing the same thing right now. And I understand this is not a reclassification, but I believe at this moment we're setting a bad precedent for this city.
Thank you. Councilwoman Montiel?
We have been sending a bad message for 2 years. And I don't see that many people on this dais had an issue just approving some salary increases for some people for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. I didn't see that. Nobody said anything about that. But yet we are talking about Mr. Bermudez has asked for a salary of $150. Now, I don't want to bring the lawyer into this, but did we keep the 5% when he was given the $145,000 salary? Massey was much lower, and when he came in is $145,000. Okay, so that's what I mean. We're not being consistent. So it didn't apply to the city attorney when he got the $145,000, and now that Mr. Bermudez is asking for $150,000, now it does apply the 5%. So we're not consistent. We're not consistent. And like people on the dais, all of us, I don't think there's no one here that doesn't want fairness and just and equitable equality to our employees. But let's not pretend we don't know what's going on. We need to make sure that also, exactly. Thank you.
Councilman Doyle?
Again, I don't know if you've all checked with the League of Cities and Towns, especially here in Arizona, of how difficult it is to get a city manager at this time. There aren't many candidates out there, and like I said, especially to get one that'll fit in your community. That's the only reason that I didn't make a lot of noise about our former city manager, because, well, we needed one. And we had to do with it. But as far as I can see, Mr. Bermudez is doing a far superior job than our former city manager. So I don't know, if you're going to be putting 5%, you're not going to be basing it on his salary as a police chief. You're going to be basing it on what's established there as a city manager, like even on 5% on our former attorney that became city manager. Well, what's 5% of 145,000?
Thank you.
70. You're going to be exceeding the 150. But what I'm saying is that we're lucky to have right now Mr. Bermudez, and I don't want to discourage him. I think he's worth every penny of it. Right now, the last thing we don't want is to not have somebody filling that position and doing the duties and responsibilities that he is fulfilling and doing. And so I've got no problem with 150 because he's earning it. And like I said, if you look at the increase in those 6 months from when he's earning as the salary of being chief, well, that's only a $17,000 increase, or it seems like it's not that much for the responsibilities of running the whole city and doing a good job at it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
The 5%, does that apply to the city manager also, or is that just a regular employee?
Whatever you establish as the salary for the acting manager is wholly within your discretion. You don't have any guidelines. Precedent doesn't prevent you from doing it. Wholly within your discretion.
So
use whatever criteria you decide is appropriate. And
so why do we keep mentioning it 5%?
well, because under our personnel manual, if a person is moved temporarily up to a higher position, under the manual, he's entitled to 5% of the compensation that he's getting, or the lowest of the next range, whichever is greater. Okay, but in this situation, this is not a position that is covered by the personnel manual. So that 5% or lower class, higher class doesn't apply here. It's been used in the past as a guideline because you do it with the personnel manual. It's been used as a guideline on some of the appointments,
but not all of the appointments, because that's wholly within your discretion. You can use that as a guideline if you want, and you don't have to if you don't want.
I have a last question. Who figured this 150,000? Did you ask for that figure, Mr. Bermudez?
Councilman Lopez, that was the amount that Edward Dickey was budgeted to get paid for 23-24 budget.
Yeah, but you asked because of that. You asked that figure.
Yes, I put it down.
Thank you.
Councilman Doyle.
You know, they keep adding that, like, if Mr. Dickey had a lot of experience, but yet his former position as town manager, or I don't think it's considered a city where he came from, that Humphrey, Dewey Humboldt there, it's about twice the size of Patagonia. I was amazed that the city of Nogales took him on, considering that he wasn't running a big community, and now he's coming to this border area that's so complex and has so many issues, and there's so many things going on that little community will never experience, and yet we have the person that fits into this community that knows everything, and we're trying to deny him what we were going to give the other person that wasn't even, to be honest with you, qualified to run this community. I find that astounding, but that's all I want to say, that we have a better leader in Mr. Bermudez running our city as city manager than we had previously. Thank you.
I have a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Bonilla.
This situation, ironically, I had to go on my phone and get a little refresher, but there is somewhat of a process that I feel that we should do, not what we feel, not what we think is right, not what percentage we should, whether it be a 5%, a 10%, 50% increase, as Mr. Machado stated, that there's no policy, there's nothing. We can pretty much decide what we want. Some council members will make a decision based on what they're seeing or what they think is going to be the future. There is a story, I'm not going to go into detail, in the Old Testament when God tells the prophet Samuel to go to the town of Bethlehem and look for the next king of Israel. And even if you read through those verses, chapter 16, verse 1 through 25, he went through a process. He went through all of Jesse's brothers, and there was a big one, there was a handsome one, there was a big, taller one, and no, we thought that was it. The town thought that was it, and Samuel said no, until everyone was surprised at the end who was to be the next king of Israel. And here, even though we may think that this is a gentleman that we must invest in, I say wait until he does his 6 months. Give him the 5%, not because it's set in stone, but because I think it's just what we've done in the past. And I'm not ready to anoint Mr. Bermudez, nothing personal. I'm not ready to anoint him as the next city manager until he proves himself in the next 6 months. And even with that said, I think Mr. Bermudez has to fulfill certain things to even be considered as a city manager. So at this point, I think $150,000 at this point is just being irresponsible. And I think, and again, I stress again, we're sending the wrong message to our constituents. We're sending the wrong message to our employees. And that's just my take. Nothing personal, Mr. Bermudez, but I think right now you have 6 months to work. And after that, let's review it. Why not?
Thank you. Mr. Grayas, last one.
Thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Bermudez for breaking it down. But when we got this order, it didn't say how we got here, just threw a number out there. And it surprised me because I didn't know how we got there. Thank you for breaking it down. Yet, I have reservations. I'll support you 100%. But you've got to realize those 150 that were set aside for a city manager, whoever that was, that's for a position without any protections. You're still keeping all your protections as a classified employee. So you are protected, yet we're working on this. Nothing that I don't want to pay you, or you're probably worth more, but at this point, echoing Mr. Bonilla's statement, let's give it a trial run, and once you're ready to move forward, let's negotiate a contract and go from there. With that said, is there any other salary you would accept, or are we set on the 150?
Let me answer, Rush. First of all, like everybody said, you're well worth the 150, Mr. Bermudez. You know, and I'm a businessman. You know, comments were made, you know, put him to the deputy city manager. There's no way he's going to do the responsibility that he does at a lower salary. That's what it would require for him to take deputy city manager wage. Again, you know, the last thing I want to throw at Mr. Bermudez, you know, that we don't have, you know, a great man that we do have. I think, you know, unfortunately, the last salary, you know, Mr. Dickey was making 147. Probably stayed here 2-3 days out of the week and left, and that was abusing the system. You know, unfortunately, council gave him everything, and but we did not have a good leader. We do have a good leader right now, and I think Mr. Bermudez, like I said, you have worked your behind off. Just in the last 5 weeks that you've been, you deserve, I think, what you're asking. And I would like to call for the question, starting by me. Let him.
Do we have a motion?
Yes. And I say yes. Roll call? Yes, ma'am.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Aye.
A nay on the salary.
Ms. Lopez?
No.
Yes.
Ya empezamos.
Again?
Bonillas.
No contestes.
Contesta.
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you. Going to item C. Consideration possible action of order 2023-06-027. An order of the City Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving a MOU and intergovernmental agreement between Santa Cruz County, Arizona, and the City of Nogales, Arizona, regarding payment of AT&T invoice to public safety answering point.
Come on, Mayor.
Any discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, we move to mayor's and council report on current events. Anything, Mr. Bonillas?
I got nothing at this moment.
Mr. Doyle?
Well, I do want to mention the get-together we had with our consul from Mexico at his house there on Little Hills. What was it, about 3 weeks ago or so, or 2 weeks ago, I forget. Anyway, it was more of a tardeada, carne asada. You got there, Mayor, and well, it was nice because for me, I got to meet his staff on a more personal basis, and it was nice to mingle with the crowd there. Also, with the consulado, we had another interesting get together on that during that week, I guess, of the deportes and everything that was going on. And I think, Mayor, you were out there playing a game or something with the chief in Nogales, Sonora, and I went to the consulado, and they were showing us that ancient sport that they have before even the Aztecs ruled. And it's interesting that they still play it today, and I think they still have the pictures set up there. But anyway, it was another interesting event. And the other one is that I was fortunate enough to go to that new museum, or not, is it not the museum? What is it? Gallery, I'm sorry. The gallery here on Morley. And it turned out to be a real treat. They had live music. I don't know if he was a baritone singer but Mr. Evan Corey played the piano, and I forget the other person that played the guitar, but together it was an excellent evening. It was really nice. Too bad not everybody from the council went. I got to see Hector and Councilman, actually Vice Mayor Bojorquez and Councilwoman Lisa Montiel there. And I don't know. I didn't. Okay. I think that was it from the city, but all the people that were there felt it was a real treat. We were really blessed with the event, and I think we ought to do our best to support that area or those folks that are working for our community to bring us, these events. It's something that Nogales surely needs, and it's really a blessing for the community. Well, anyway, thank you. I'm not going to talk more.
Thank you, Councilwoman Melendez.
I thought I was doing the closing statement here.
We're getting ready for the Fiestas Patrias event that is going to be September 16th. I already sent all of you a copy of the request from the Cultural Arts Committee, and the Consulado is talking to the mayor to find out how we're going to handle this event. And that's the only thing that we have pending right now. Thank you.
I don't have anything, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Montiel.
I just want to give a shout out to Hershey for the outstanding job that the Parks and Rec, it's very late, and all the administration did an outstanding job in facilitating the fallen soldier ceremony. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I did everything that Councilman Doyle did.
Okay. Myself, that Ms. Travers, that week of sports with Mexico was great. Thank you for putting it together. All the ceremony, the FOP ceremony was great. Staff, Mr. Kissinger and everybody, thank you for all your support. Mr. Bermudez, thank you, and all the officers that participated. I've been at the consuls for various meetings. I was at the Veterans Memorial up at the cemetery, and basically we've been talking a lot on the Fiestas Patrias and other events. They're going to have a meeting on next week on the 14th. They're working on a big dam, Parque de Lluvia in Nogales, Sonora. And I've got, I know there's a possibility of Ms. Geiner from the IBWC coming down, EPA and ADQ people, professors from the university. So that's going to be hopefully a great event to participate in and see what we could do. I met with, had a long conversation with some people that used the rail line from Constitución. It's basically a company that has breweries and all that, and they're looking into how to support the city. Plus, they're big supporters in removing the railroad from Nogales. So they're going to call me and see if we could set up a future appointment and just work on that detail. Any future agenda items? No? Well, that's it. Move to